Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in. Sorry I won't be able to do the commentary today, just feeling a little sick. But let me know any questions you have, and I'll try and answer them. I'm just trying to get the TV set up for myself to watch, so I'll be chatting as much as I can. Hey everyone, just testing out the audio. Could you let me know how loud I sound, how clear it is? Thanks. Hey everyone, sorry I've had a little bit of trouble with the audio this morning. Let me know how it sounds, and yeah, keep chatting in the chat. It's great to hear from all of you. Thanks for joining in. Hopefully, I can do a lot more of this in the future. Hopefully, I don't have as bad a cough tomorrow for the men's. That'd be great. All right, sweet. I think I fixed the audio. Thanks for helping me out with that. And awesome to see the swim ending now. Taylor Knibb definitely had the best swim there. Obviously, it wasn't going to be too hard for her in third place. Really excited to see this bike and see if she does as well as she did in the US Open.
opt for almost a mitten because it's easier to get on. Getting socks on, more difficult.
If you were going to go out for a training ride in 40-degree weather, what would you put on? Would you go sleeveless? Would you go completely? Obviously, a race has a higher If you were going to go out for a training ride in 40-degree weather, what would you put on? Would you go sleeveless? Would you go completely? Obviously, a race has a higher
Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining in. Sorry I've had a little bit of trouble with the audio. I've also been dealing with my sickness. Thanks for popping in the chat. That's the main reason I hosted it, was for a place for everybody to chat and share their opinions and get hyped about this race. Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining in. Sorry I've had a TriCast. I think they do the race so early because of the age groupers. To everyone watching, I just wanted to introduce the Daily Tri to you real quick. My name's Travis. I'm out in the Pacific Northwest. I'm just a huge fan of the sport, and I love making these videos. I feel like there's a gap on YouTube for a channel like this, and I don't mean to take away from any of the other channels out there, but I would love to see this grow and just create more entertainment for everybody. I just want to remind all of you that I do have a giveaway with thefeed.com. If you head to my last video and leave a comment, you could win yourself a Morton starter pack worth about $30. I use Morton to train. I think it's amazing. The Norwegians do too. So if you want to win one, drop a comment there. I'll just pick someone random, and then I'll get a hold of you and we'll ship you that out. If you guys could put your top 3 picks in the chat, that would be awesome. We can discuss that. Right now, it's looking like Taylor Knibb is doing so well. I don't think they want to let her get too far away on the bike, so we'll see how that group behind her works together. She looks more dialed than ever up front with her recent bike fit and her aero helmet now. I think it'll be interesting to see if all the women keep all their warm clothes on as the sun rises and it heats up out there. And I've seen that before with Daniela Reef in 2018 in South Africa. She wore the warm kit the whole time. So we'll have to see. If you guys want to drop in the comments and let me know if there's anything I can do better. I see you just said, could you scroll down so we can see how the rest of the competitors are doing? Absolutely. I can do that anytime. I want to work on this and make this a lot better, and obviously, this is the first time I've ever done a live stream in my life, and just setting it all up was fun and a good challenge. So, yeah, any ideas you might have how to make it better, let me know. Thankfully, Ob's Try, his name's Christoph. He's been helping me out with it as well, so hopefully we can make it look better every time. Hopefully I don't have this cough tomorrow, and I can do the commentary for the men's race. I've got a few stats that might be interesting. So the course record for the swim, for the female swim, was 22:54 back in 2016 here in St. George, and we see that Lucy barely had the fastest swim here with 23:49. I think we're gonna see 4 hours broken in this race. The race rating is a little bit easier than last year. They took out a little bit of elevation on the bike, about 150 feet. They also added a new out and back section that has brand new asphalt on it. And then also on the run, they avoided the hilly section of Red Hills Parkway this year. But there is an off-road section on the Dixie Hills Golf Course, so that'll be interesting to see how they do there. Before the race began, Lucy Charles Barkley was given 52% chance of winning. Taylor Knibb was 24%, Paula Findlay 16%, and Holly Lawrence 5%. The temperature this morning was 40 degrees for the race, and it is going to get up to 54 by noon. And looks like 3 miles an hour wind is forecast, but I'm seeing there on the ObsTri website that it looks like a little bit more, so that will favor the better bikers. Unfortunately, missing a few racers this year, which I'd love to have seen. Obviously, Chelsea Sodaro I think would be a really fun one to watch. Danielle Reef, obviously not here. Laura Phillip, Kat Matthews, who came 4th, I believe, last year. So I can't wait for next year. Hopefully we can get everyone together. This seems like it's been the year where we can't get everyone to the start line. So hopefully next year we can see that. Just a lot of unlucky injuries and accidents for a lot of these athletes. But again, thank you all for joining in. Hopefully it sounds okay. Let me know if the background music is all right. I can change that up every now and then. Yeah, and if my voice sounds okay, that would be great. Every now and then I'll put up the courses for you guys to see. So if you want to see that more, let me know. I'll just put it back up on the screen for you. The bike course is pretty much never flat, as you can see on the elevation profile. And then right there at the end, past 40 miles, they start going up Snow Canyon for about 8 miles. And then it's all downhill to T2, where they begin the run, which is also fairly hilly the whole time. And this year they don't end on a downhill sprint, and they don't run through town, I believe. So that's going to be interesting to see. And if you guys could remember to hit the subscribe button, like, and drop a comment, that really helps the channel grow. Again, I really want to make this into a community where we do stuff like this all the time. And yeah, where you come pretty much every day to look for more triathlon entertainment and join a conversation. This is all new to me, so I am figuring out every day as I go. It's just me and my 10-year-old laptop trying to create all of this, so forgive me if some things aren't perfect, but we'll get there. Looks like Taylor Knibb, has over a minute already. That's not a good sign. Only 12 miles into the 56-mile bike ride. That could be a 5-minute gap if they let her keep getting away. And Young Xiao, I believe your name is, Taylor Knibb's run is a lot better than I think people think. She just struggled a lot in Dallas with the heat, but she showed everyone in Cagliari how well she can run. She ran her way all the way up into third place at a WTS event. So I think people don't want to give her 5 minutes for this race. And Kevin, thanks for the comment. Yeah, this is all from a man named Christoph with obstry.com. It's an incredible website where you can do fantasy picks as well. And I've got mine listed up there on the top of the screen. Highly recommend going and checking it out. He's constantly improving it. He has a Discord where he takes feedback and suggestions. I would love for Ironman to take this on, or PTO. I think it would be great. I would love to excuse me. I would love to get the fantasy sponsored as well. I think that would be fun if we could offer prizes for the top 3 picks. I think that would be really fun. But it's amazing. It's got a full leaderboard where everybody's ranked, and he always posts on Instagram who won the fantasy. It was incredible for Kona. Only one person picked Chelsea Sodaro to win out of hundreds of people, so that was great. Hey everyone, thanks again for tuning in to the Daily Try. Sorry I wasn't able to do the full commentary. Hopefully tomorrow I can, although I'm not sure if I could talk for 4 hours straight, but I think I'd do my best. Yeah, some interesting things going on looking at the tracker. Hey everyone, thanks again for tuning in to the Daily Try. I see Emma Pallant-Brown is already 3 minutes down. Not good for her this early in the bike ride. Imogen Simmons also 3 minutes down. Ellie Salthouse 4 minutes 48, and Jackie Herring with her as well. And then another favorite I have is Tamara Jewett, and she's 6 minutes and 30 seconds back. And looks like all of them aren't biking even close to the speed that Taylor Knibb is. So I don't expect those gaps to get any better. But hopefully they keep moving up and stay in contention on the run, because a lot of those girls are excellent runners, so we'd love to see them running up through some places towards the end of the race. Last year, the female race results were Lucy Charles Barkley came in first. It was her first world title. Jeannie Metzler, who isn't there this year, she was in second. And Taylor Knibb was in third. Lucy swam much faster this year, although it wasn't a wetsuit swim last year. She swam 24:35. She biked 2 hours 14 minutes, which was the fastest, and she ran 1:18:47, which was the fastest as well. I'm excited to see who has the fastest bike split. I'm sure it'll be Taylor Knibb, but no one really knows who's going to have the fastest run split. On the stats, it looks like Tamara Jewett is the one to pick, so we'll see how she goes. Also, Lucy Charles Barkley's finishing time was 4 hours and 19 seconds. She finished 8 minutes ahead of Jeannie Metzler, who was 4 hours and 8 minutes, and then behind Jeannie was Taylor Knibb. She was 10 seconds behind. Interestingly enough, this course difficulty is rated a minute 26, slower than your average 70.3 course. That's what Thorsten at tryrating.com came up with. He is obviously an Excel man and has come up with all these stats. That's great for us to use to commentate. I know he helps the PTO out with their commentary. So yeah, it looks like a harder course than a minute 26, but I guess there's enough downhills as well as the uphills to make it fast as well. Still pretty early on in the race, but excuse me, it looks pretty cold out there. Surprised to see Holly Lawrence just in her tri-suit from the start. No warm clothes on except for some gloves. That must be freezing on the bike. Track is definitely getting a lot of airtime. A lot of the top athletes using their bikes. A lot of them in this chrome color. I really like the color scheme. Let me know what you guys think. Who's got the best bike? Who's got the best tri-suit on? I am not a fan myself of Lucy Charles's. It is definitely an interesting color scheme. I like Taylor's. I think it's pretty clean cut. So far, we've had 3,200 people click on the link for the stream. That's awesome. I think, unfortunately, I didn't have it set up perfectly right at the start. But for tomorrow, I'll have the background music going. Hopefully be talking so we get more people in here and hopefully more people chatting. I don't know of any other live chat currently that people can get involved with. If you guys know of another one, let me know. That's interesting to see. 38 degrees currently. That is freezing. Especially with a little bit of wind as well. And just a reminder that there is a giveaway sponsored by thefeed.com for a Morton starter pack. If all you have to do is go to my last video and drop me a comment, we'll pick a random winner. So far, there's not that many, so you have a really good chance of winning a Morton starter pack. And if you can, head over to the feed, check them out. We've got lots of more giveaways to come. Also, there is a starter pack going out for somebody who joins the Buy Me a Coffee membership. It's just me creating these videos on my laptop here in the Pacific Northwest, just trying to bring more hype and entertainment to everybody. So it's just $1 a month if you want to join. That would be awesome. Let me know your guys' top 3 in the chat. I would love to hear it. I've got my top 5 for the men's and women's up on the top of the screen. Also, let me know what you think of the expected times and the stats over there on the right hand side from tryrating.com. I think it's interesting that they've got Flora Duffy in 3rd place, Paula in 4th. For me, I'm really interested to see how Imogen Simmons does. I think she's coming back faster than ever from her injury. And she used to be an absolute powerhouse, and I believe it was last weekend or the weekend before that she won Challenge Majorca, so she is going fast. That's awesome to see all the guys out there waving their shirts around. It's so cool to see how all the pros support each other and cheer each other on. That's pretty much exclusive to triathlon. Super cool. I was in Edmonton for the Edmonton Open, and yeah, just got to meet a lot of the pros, and everyone was incredibly friendly, and they were all just stoked on everyone else's races. They even cared about my age group race, so this is such a great sport. All right, we've got the latest update on the tracker, and wow, they're letting Taylor Knibb get away. 2 minutes 30 in the lead already, 22 miles into the bike. India Lee having an awesome race so far. She's moved up ahead of that chase pack, 2 minutes 30 seconds down. Great to see Flora Duffy hanging in there. She wasn't able to be in a great position off the bike in the US Open, and I know she was really frustrated about that. I think she ended up finishing 6th place. Paula Findlay also didn't have a great race. I know she hates the heat, and she finished 10th there, so she'll be looking to do really well. She knows how to win at the big stage. She won the PTO Challenge a couple years back and won that 100K race, so she knows how to win these big races. Holly Lawrence she's already won a world champs before back in 2016, so she would love to repeat that. It's been quite a few years since then, and she's been doing better and better in each race. She had a great swim today. Lucy Charles Barkley not leading the race like we usually see, so this must be new for her. I wonder how she handles these dynamics. This is completely different for her than last year. She was just miles in front the whole race. This is actually, in my opinion, quite good. This will test her run legs when she gets to T2. Let's see how well she stacks up. Imogen Simmons, we can see already 5 minutes back, and Pallet Brown 5 minutes back as well. That is not good for them. Already only 22 miles into the bike. I don't know if they can run 5.5 minutes into Taylor Knibb, or definitely not Flora Duffy. So they've really got to get a move on it. We see Ellie Salthouse has moved a couple minutes back. Jackie Herring as well. Haven't seen Tamara Jewett pop up yet, but I'm sure she will soon. Holly Lawrence currently getting all the cheers from the guys. Man, she must be cold on that bike. India Lee having a great race right now. I see her on the predicted finish times at 4 hours and 26 minutes. That's 17 minutes back from Lucy Charles Barkley. So this would be a great race from her. Also remember that this race is incredibly important for the PTO rankings. I'm not sure if there's a 5% bonus. Maybe one of you can help me out with that. But I think usually they do a bonus for World Championship events. So a lot of these girls would be racing for time because it's all based on time. So I don't think a lot of them will mind if they don't get the best place, but they get a good time and they're close to the top finisher. If you look up in the ObsTri website on the top left there, we can see the fastest bike so far. Taylor Knibb biking 2 minutes faster than Paula Finley, and 2 minutes and 22 to India Lee. That's incredible. If you can bike 2 minutes into Paula Finley, not even halfway through the race, and back your run off of that, that's incredible. I like that stat right in the middle where it says the bike takeovers. I think that's a really cool one. Ann Reichman is doing a lot of work, 18 takeovers. I know Ironman's drafting rules are often discussed and debated, but the fact that if you're in a large pack and you have to take over someone, you have to take over everybody. And you can't just slot in behind the first person that you take over. I know that drives a lot of pros crazy because they don't want to do such a huge surge to take over everybody. I know that's what was happening in Dallas at the PTO Open as well, and the likes of Ashley Gentle and Flora Duffy, who are in that big group, were really struggling to take over that. And it was a 20-meter draft pack there, so they were really frustrated as it would have taken a massive effort and a lot of watts to get around all the women and slot in. It was crazy to see all the penalties. I believe there was 8 on the women's side and 5 on the men's side during Kona. So we'll see if there's any penalties in this race. I think the 5-minute penalty that Ironman hands out is a little bit harsh. Let me know what you guys think in the comments. It's definitely on a 70.3 that takes you out of contention for the podium for sure. I feel bad for the likes of Laura Phillip and Sarah Crowley, who got the penalties, as well as Lisa Norden. All of them ended up having great races regardless, so they remain mentally tough. I know if I got a 5-minute penalty at the World Championship, that would be really tough to handle. I heard a stat, one of the triathlon podcasts, that Taylor Knibb was biking 20 to 24 hours a week while she was injured. And she's a great swimmer, we know that, especially because she races short course as well. But when she couldn't run, the fact that she was biking that much. Some people train all 3 disciplines 20 to 24 hours a week. And so the fact that she was just biking that alone is mind-blowing. She lives in Boulder and also has that altitude advantage. And funny enough, she has only been riding a road bike probably a little longer than Flora Duffy. A TT bike, a triathlon bike, just longer than Flora Duffy. So last year we saw her on a road bike here, racing against Lucy Charles Barkley, and still rode incredibly at the second fastest bike split. But now that she's on this TT bike, she looks like a weapon, and I can't think of another woman who could challenge her on the bike. Maybe Daniela Reef. That would be a good showdown to see. I really wish she was racing here. If there's anyone else you guys think you'd like to have seen at this race, put it in the comments as well. That's so interesting to see all the guys out with their shirts off in this cold weather. Hopefully they don't get sick for their race. That would be quite the regret if they do, for doing something as silly as waving your shirts around, but good to see them all supporting the women. Next year, the goal is to be at both Kona and St. George as either media personnel or as an athlete myself. Working hard on both of those things. I absolutely love this sport. That's why I created the channel. I think there was a space for daily triathlon news and hype videos and motivation videos. I've got so much I want to do with this channel. So please, if you guys haven't subscribed yet or like this video, drop a comment. Also, don't forget to drop a comment on my last video, my history and past results of the 70.3 World Championship, because you will be entered into a Morton Starter Pack giveaway. I'll just choose one random winner, and there's not many comments on there, so you have a really good chance of winning a Morton Starter Pack that will be sent to you at no cost. And yeah, the Norwegians use it. I use it. It is incredible. I have never had any gut issues using Morton, and that is sponsored by thefeed.com, who now backs the channel, and we'll have more giveaways to come. There's also one coming up for the Buy Me a Coffee membership. It's $1 a month. If you guys like to see this and want to see it keep happening, we're going to do the men's as well tomorrow. So far my cough is getting a little better this morning, so I'm able to talk a little bit more and sorted out the audio problems. So yeah, if you want to support this channel, that would be the best way to do so. It's just me running this, and I'm so far getting more and more equipment, and I've got so many ideas and a lot planned. I'm working with some companies now in the background, hopefully to get some more sponsorship and more backing behind getting good content out to you guys. I don't want to take over anyone else's space on YouTube. I hope to provide something new and entertaining to you, and then keep growing the channel and hopefully be in Kona and in Lahti, Finland for the 70.3 World Champs next year. That's the goal. Looks like Paula Findlay has moved up almost to the halfway section of the bike race. So it looks like Paula Findlay in second, India Lee in third now, Flora Duffy in fourth. They lost almost another minute. That's incredible. Looks like Taylor's biked 30 seconds faster than Paula Findlay already, and India Lee is 3 minutes and 6 seconds down on the fastest bike split there. Looks like Holly Lawrence is still in that group, and then past those 5 in the chase group, we've got Lottie Wilms, Imogen Simmons, and Emma Pallet Brown. Maybe Nikki Bartlett. Yep, Nikki Bartlett's in there as well now. So we've got quite a gap between that second chase group, the first chase group, and the second chase group. 6 minutes, 20 seconds down for Emma Pallet Brown. She will not enjoy seeing that split. Looks like she's biking 19.8 miles an hour, whereas Taylor Nibbs biking 21.5 miles an hour at that split. That is not a good sign. No one's even close to her speeds at the moment. It looks like Paula Finley was a mile an hour slower than her at that last checkpoint. I know those splits are taken, the speed they're going as they get to that split, so not the most accurate, but you can kind of see the average of all the racers, and it looks like she's about a mile an hour faster than the next person. Paula Findlay looks really relaxed and comfortable on her bike. What a great rider. Saw her in person at the PTO Edmonton. She looked fantastic there. She got quite a good gap off the bike and ran really well, but wasn't able to hold off Ashley Gentle and Chelsea Sodaro, both whom are not at this race and I think would be so good if they're at the 70.3 World Championship next year. Ashley Gentle is just dominating currently, so it would be great to see her go head-to-head with Taylor Nibb and all these women. I think what's great about next year's race is that it's before Kona, so I think it's going to be hyped up a little more than this one. I think everyone's a little worn out from the Kona experience and all the videos and the entertainment and the media behind that, so this doesn't get as much hype. However, next year, with it being in August before Kona, I think it's going to do really well. I guess a lot of it depends on when the PTO releases their races and their dates for next year. I know all the brands will be working together to try and create the best schedule. I think this year wasn't liked by a lot of people when they put 70.3 Worlds so close after Ironman Kona. It really hasn't worked well before in the past when they did that, so just interesting to see that they chose to do that again this year. Really excited to see when the PTO announces their race. I know they're going to add a couple, and it looks like they're supposed to be adding in a 200K race as well, so I think that would be fantastic for some of our just specific Ironman athletes, the likes of Lionel Sanders and company. That would be great to see him do well at that distance. Let me know if you guys like the commentary. Thanks, DW, for all the messages. Kevin McGuire as well, thank you. And David Cascio, I appreciate you guys for joining in the chat. Hopefully this gets out to more people, and yeah, the idea is to just become more of a community on here, and excuse me, and yeah, just get this out to more people. I think the sport is so amazing. I think it's one of the hardest professional sports to do, being top level in all 3 sports. I definitely want to make a video on that soon and comparing just how hard it is to become a pro. I think the Norwegians have taken it to a level with their science and backing that makes it one of the hardest sports when they're racing to actually win. So I'd love to dive deeper into the stats on that, and hopefully we'll be releasing that out to you guys in the next couple months. Each video I've made has only had about 6 to 8 hours, maybe 10 hours worth of work into it, and from editing before, that is really nothing. So I can't wait till I have a few more days to work on content, or maybe even a few weeks to work on a good piece of content. So I'm excited. Hey everyone, thanks for tuning in again to the Daily Try. I really appreciate all of you. Looks like we've got 100 people or so currently watching or leaving it on. I appreciate that. I would not be surprised if you had me muted. So, but this is the first time I've ever done something like this. First live stream ever. Learning it, putting it together was definitely a challenge, but really fun. And again, just thank you to obstry.com for helping me out with this and giving us the live tracker there. He's also got an amazing fantasy option on the website. Also, tryrating.com has amazing stats for triathlon. If you geek out about it like I do, it's a great place to go and see what the expected times for the overall race are going to be, and also the fastest swim, bike, run splits, course ratings. It's got a lot of stats about Kona on there. So Thorsten Radde is the guy behind that. He provides a lot of stats to the PTO, and he does the PTO rankings. So great website to go and check that all out. Also, we are fueled by the feed here at the Daily Try, and they are doing a Morton starter pack giveaway. So if you guys head over to my last video and leave me a comment, you guys could win a Mortar starter pack free of charge, shipped to you. I'll be picking somebody random after tomorrow, after the men's race. So we'll be back here for the men's race at 6:30 my time, 7:30 mountain time for the race tomorrow. For the men's, hopefully my voice will be doing a little bit better. If you guys have any ideas for how to make this better, let me know. Sorry for the slightly low energy today. I am feeling a little bit sick. I woke up with a terrible cough. I'm feeling a little better now. But hopefully can do more of this in the future. Looking on the screen now and on the tracker, Taylor Knibb just seems to put in about a minute every time we look at the tracker. She hasn't got too much on the last update, so still 3 minutes back to the rest of the girls in that second chase back. It looks like India Lee did get a drafting penalty, which is going to break her heart because she was having a great race. She was up there doing so well. She is predicted way down in the list, 17 minutes back, expected finishing time from Lucy Charles Barkley. So she's killing it today, and then all of a sudden gets a drafting penalty. I think the 5 minutes is, I think it's rough for a full Ironman, and it's even worse in a half Ironman. Looking further down the list, we see the likes of Imogen Simmons now 6 minutes back, Emma Pallant-Brown 6 minutes 19 seconds back. That's a long way. I know they haven't actually been updated just yet because they're at the 25.7 mile split, so we'll see if that's gotten worse since that last update. In about 8 more miles, 7 more miles, these girls will be getting to Snow Canyon, and it'll be all uphill from there, and that's probably going to make things worse for the girls. Actually, we just got the latest update, and Findlay Duffy and Lucy Charles Barkley and Holly Lawrence looks like they're 4 minutes back. I wonder if Holly Lawrence got dropped off of that group, actually. We'll have to wait and see for that update. Taylor Knibb on screen looking so good. She looks like the Jan Frodeno of the women's race right now, a very similar style. Jan's head is tucked down a little bit further, but she's wearing the same helmet as Jan, which is interesting. And she doesn't sway side to side too much, and that's Jan Frodeno is famous for that. So she is looking strong on her Trek bike. She hasn't been riding a TT bike for very long. So Flora Duffy's got no excuse. If you guys have any qualms on how well she can ride her TT bike, she's just got to look at Taylor Knibb, and she has no excuses. So great to watch her. We'll have to see how well she does leading up to the Olympics. I know that's her primary focus. But both those girls, Taylor Knibb and Flora Duffy, this will be their third race that's ranked for the PTO. So they're currently ranked like 45th and 70th in the PTO rankings. But when they get this third race in and they get points for it, it's going to be an incredible leap for both of them, no matter where they place. They're going to jump quite high in the rankings. I believe the PTO gives $2 million away for their end-of-year rankings, so every one of these women will be fighting extremely hard to get to the closest ideal time. That's what Thorsten bases all of the points off of. He gives each race an ideal time, and then how every girl stacks up against that time is the points that they get. It looks like Holly Lawrence has fallen off a little bit from that group. Looks like about 23 seconds back. India Lee obviously now going to be way back. Probably join that group of Nikki Bartlett, Imogen Simmons, Emma Pallet-Brown, and Lottie Wilms. Looks like Jackie Herring wasn't able to stay with that group, and Emily Salthouse a little bit further back from her too. I'm really excited to see the finishes for the places 6th through 10th. I think that is going to be quite the battle going on. A lot of good runners expected to be in that area. The top 5, it looks like it's going to be one of these 5 women already on the top 5 of our leaderboards right now. We'll have to see if the likes of Emma Pallet-Brown, Jackie Herring, or someone like that can run that much time into one of these ladies, but all of these ladies here are excellent runners. Taylor Knibb, Paula Finley, Flora Duffy, Lucy Charles Barkley, and Holly Lawrence. It's hard to imagine that Emma Pallet-Brown can run that much time into one of these girls. She's about 3 minutes back from that first chase pack now, so we'll have to wait and see. Taylor Knibb still averaging the fastest bike speed by far. And she's all out on her own. Remember that, no draft advantage from that 12-meter draft distance, whereas the group of girls behind her, they will have a slight advantage there. But sometimes it can work against you, as if somebody at the front doesn't want to pull, or they don't want to pull too hard, they don't want to bike too hard, it doesn't help the girls behind them if they bike slower. A lot of times that can happen in a big group, and especially if a weaker biker finds himself in that group and somebody gets tired and all of a sudden they're left to the front. Sometimes the pace can slow drastically, because it does take a lot of planning and a lot of focus and concentration to make a pass in the Ironman, because once you enter the draft zone, you have to make that pass, and you've got a certain amount of time to do so, otherwise you're given a 5-minute penalty. So making a pass and just getting past the front wheel of the person you're passing is quite an undertaking. So a lot of the time, for example, like Max Newman did in Ironman Kona, he just sat at the back the whole time. Didn't take one turn, and it really worked out well for him. He didn't have to think about the speed he was going. He just had to stay with his group, and he didn't have to worry about taking a pull and pulling everybody fast enough. Doing the race like that can be a great advantage for the run. So we'll see if one of these girls is riding like that. So far, it doesn't really look like it. It looks like every one of these girls is taking a turn. It looks like Paula Finley right now doing a lot of the work. I know Flora Duffy was up there at the beginning for quite a while. Lucy Charles Barkley, not used to being in this position, riding with a pack. So it'll be interesting to see how well she does. Holly Lawrence, I don't know how she's surviving in the cold right now. I know she was out practicing in her driveway, and the Norwegian guys came to cheer her on, took their shirts off and waved them around. So she was practicing for this cold. She's been eyeing this race all year long. This is her A race. So she is expecting a lot. I know she's won it before, and if you won a world title before, that must be on your mind all the time to try and get another one. I don't think she really wants to settle for the podium. I think she wants to try and race to win it, but right now, 4 minutes back, 4 minutes 44 back from Taylor Knibb. She is not in a great spot to do so. Yeah, if I agree with you, DW, if nothing changes, 6 minutes to the start of the run, that's unreal. I mean, this Taylor Knibb is really changing the bike game for the women right now. I don't even know if Daniela Reef could keep up with her at that speed. As she's about to hit Snow Canyon, I think it might get even worse. She's obviously just got her position, her aerodynamics, everything dialed in. Maybe this injury was the best thing that happened to her, as she took her bike to a next level with 20 to 24 hour bike workouts. Truly is staggering to think about. I can barely bike for 6 hours a week, so I don't know how she can do 4 times that. Triathlon, thanks for joining us. You can watch this on the Outside TV app on Android and iOS. Oh, it's in the UK. I'm not sure. Maybe try their website. If not, I would use a VPN. I would download a VPN, set your location to the US, and then try heading on their website. But I think the app is your best bet, Outside TV. Taylor Knibb right now, fastest bike split, qualifyingly 3:37 slower than her on the bike, which is just insane to me that she is 3:37 down, 37 miles into the bike ride. And Flora Duffy actually has the 3rd fastest bike split, 4 minutes and 20 seconds down. Currently, bike takeovers, Anne Reichman has taken over a lot of people. She's moved into 12th place. She must not have had a great swim. But that is a lot of takeovers. Also, Marjolaine Pierre and Nikki Bartlett taking over a lot of people. We can look back at the fastest swims there. Lucy Charles Barkley, 23:49, much quicker than last year. But Lottie Wilms had an incredible swim. I haven't seen her swim with the likes of Lucy Charles Barkley before. And Taylor Knibb just had the best dream swim of her life. And it was in 3rd position, just following the feet of those 2 women. That draft advantage would be incredible. Probably another reason why she's biking so strong right now. That swim was probably a breeze for her, especially in a wetsuit on a calm day. It looked really easy. A lot of these women who had the good swim took the time to get the advantage of putting on some warmer clothes. You see Taylor Knibb with a full suit right now, full long sleeve suit and gloves and socks. She looks really comfortable. So aero. I'm telling you, her position looks a lot like Jan Frodeno, especially with the same helmet on. That is fantastic. Especially working with Ivan O'Gorman, I believe his name is, or Gordon, one of the best bike fitters, really well known across the world. So there's no doubt if he worked with her that it is going to be a fast and slippery aero position. Really excited as we're getting into the closing stages of this bike ride already to see what the gap is between Taylor Knibb and these fast running women. I think it's really hard to bet against her right now. I think she does have it in the bag, but I'm hoping I'm wrong. And let me know what you guys' top 3 are in the chat right now. We've got 115 viewers. Thank you all so much for tuning in. Again, this is just something I am doing as a mega fan of the triathlon sport. I think it is the best sport on earth. And I think these pros are incredible and they need to be celebrated more. I'm so excited for everything the PTO is doing, and really hope it gets bigger. Honestly, I started the channel as part of a project to maybe get hired by one of these companies, Ironman or PTO or World Triathlon. I love creating media, entertainment. I love editing. I love filming. And I didn't realize it would grow so quickly with the Road to Kona series. And I hope you guys stick along, because I made almost 100 videos in a month, including the shorts. I apologize for some of the clickbait kind of titles and the flashiness of them, but just got to do it to get the views and the subscribers, get everybody to this channel, and hopefully grow a community out of it. That would be the dream. I really do want to make it the hub for daily triathlon content. I would love to do it full time. Right now that's impossible, but if you guys want to help me out, you can join the Buy Me a Coffee membership for $1 a month. We'll be doing a lot more of these, and we'll keep producing that daily content. Also, this channel is now fueled by thefeed.com, the best place to get all your triathlon fueling needs. And we've got a giveaway today. One winner will be chosen. Whoever comments on my last video will have a Morton starter pack shipped to them for no cost. That stuff is awesome. I use it. The Norwegians use it. You'll see them using it tomorrow. And so, yeah, comment on my last video. There's not many comments on there at all. So some lucky guy's going to get a Morton starter pack shipped to them for free. Link to the race is in the description. It's on Outside Watch for free. And I will be posting quick highlights and long highlights later this afternoon as soon as the race is over. It's a little harder to do since it's broadcast on Outside Watch, but hopefully I can figure it out. It's supposed to be available after the race, so I'll try and get those highlights out as soon as possible. Yes, Tri-Town, the icon next to Lucy, means she was the fastest swimmer. We just hit 5,000 views total on the channel. A lot of people have clicked on this. I'm sure a lot of people were looking for the live stream on YouTube. This was the best I could do. I wish I had the rights to stream it on my channel, but unfortunately not. Maybe one day we'll get there. That is the goal, is to grow this into something great, a great media channel, and then get to Kona and the World Champs in Lahti, Finland next year. Looks like Lucy Charles Barkley is moving up to the front now, taking over Paula Finley in her interesting tri-suit and aero socks there. I'm not the biggest fan of her triathlon kit myself. Let me know what you guys think is the best kit. And yeah, Tri-Town, not sure if you heard me yet, but yes, the icon does mean she was first out of the swim. I do think Lucy's rear disc wheel is the coolest. I love that pattern it's making. Fantastic. St. George looks like an incredible course to bike on, but this race was held over a month later than it was last year, so the temperatures are so different. Last year it wasn't a wetsuit legal swim. It was incredibly stormy and raining and hail while they raced. So I'm expecting times to be a lot faster than 4 hours this year. They do have a little bit of wind. It looks like 5 to 8 miles an hour. Looks like it's warmed up to about 41 degrees now. Still really cold. Interesting to see the style difference between Lucy and Taylor Knibb. They both are really aero, really tucked in, but Lucy's got more of that praying mantis, arms raised in the front style, and her head bobs left to right, a lot like Lionel Sanders, if you will. Looks like she's getting ready to take that corner, sitting up, going through it quite fast. They're going to get ready to go up Snow Canyon next. An 8-mile brutal climb at the end of their ride before all downhill into T2. I think that's nice the way it's set up. So they get that climb out of the way, and then they get a little bit of respite on the legs before the transition, although a lot of women might try to really hammer that down and get a lot of time before heading into T2. It'll be interesting to see if a lot of these girls take off some of their warm kit before the run, or whether they'll just start running with it and shed it maybe at the aid stations. We'll have to wait and see. Right now, this might be one of the only flat sections on the bike course, so I'm sure they're enjoying that before their next brutal climb out of Snow Canyon. We see Lucy Charles Barkley right now has taken the lead of this first chase group. They are 4 minutes and 45 seconds down between Taylor Knibb, who's probably heading up Snow Canyon right now, starting the climb. And if that's anything like we've seen in the past, the best bikers actually get more of an advantage going up these hills. An 8-mile climb up Snow Canyon. I wonder if any of these girls are going to try and make a move to bridge up to her a little bit, maybe not give her quite 5 minutes a gap, but it's hard to believe that they can even do that. I don't think Taylor will let her. Holly Lawrence looks like she's fallen off of that chase group. We know India Lee got the penalty. She's moved back down into 10th place, riding with Jackie Herring, almost 10 minutes back now. Brutal for her. She's having a great race, although I'm sure a top 10 will do well for her. Hopefully she can run some time back from that penalty. Emma Pallant-Brown looking like 8 minutes down. That must be demoralizing if she's getting any splits from anybody alongside the course. We know she's an excellent runner, so I wouldn't put it past her to try and still be running for the podium at least. But right now, Taylor Knibb looks like she's getting away. Holly Lawrence would be so sad to have fallen off that group. It looked like she put in a huge surge earlier on to try and stay with the group and move to the front, but maybe that was just too much for her, and she just fell off the back. She's kind of caught in no man's land now between that first chase pack and the second chase pack. Never a good position to be in. It'll be really interesting to see how the pros review the motorbike coverage from this race. I know there's more and more talk about how the motorbikes affect the races, and more talk about educating the Ironman media coverage group to film from the behind. So it looks like this race has been pretty good so far. I haven't seen any front shots. Just the motorbikes have been to the side of the women, which has been awesome. I know a lot of complaints about that, especially for the first person in the race getting a massive draft advantage. In some races like Challenge Roth, they've even got a lead vehicle in there, which makes a huge difference to the front pack. I know PTO is really working on that to make their races as fair as possible, especially with the 20-meter draft zone that they have. I know a lot of pros are pushing for a 20-meter draft zone for Ironman. We'll see if they ever do that. I know they've been talking about that for quite some years. Holly Lawrence still looks really good, really comfortable on that bike. Interesting to see how well she runs today. A great runner. I'm really excited to see who has the fastest run split. Tamara Jewett is ranked as the favorite to have the fastest run split. 3 minutes faster actually than the second place runner. So we'll have to see how well she does. Don't forget, we also have Flora Duffy in there, the Olympic gold medalist. We know she can run, and now she's got some practice at the half marathon distance. I think it'll be also really fun to watch her run. We really want to see Taylor run well. We didn't get to see that at the US Open. She suffered in the heat, but in Cagliari she was zipping fast. So excited to see how those two can run. Paula Findlay as well. We know she's a decent runner. I know she's still got her best run in her to come. Maybe not as fast as some of those names around her. Jackie Herring as well is an incredible runner. She's also a really good biker, so excited to see her moving up. 11th place now. India Lee has joined her. Looks like they're going to probably work together. Almost 10 minutes back, though. That must be quite hard to be 10 minutes back already. 42.5 miles into the bike. About 15 miles left for a lot of these women. I wonder if it's possible to create a helmet or a bike that complements the head bomb. I like that idea. I think that would be a really hard piece of engineering, but I think it will help some of these athletes out. If you guys haven't already, please hit the like button on this live stream. It takes 2 seconds. And drop a comment in the chat here. It really helps this channel grow. And if you haven't subscribed and hit the bell already on the channel, you guys are nuts. It really helps support me. Also, lots more to come. We're fueledbythefeed.com now. Amazing website. The best place to get your triathlon stuff. I'm not just saying that. I was actually a fan of the website before they reached out to me. And they are going to be your spot for triathlon fueling. They're really pushing triathlon coming up in the future, and super excited to work with them. Got a lot of giveaways coming up, a lot of things in the works for them. So if you guys need somewhere to get your fuel, make sure you come to me first, and we'll be able to work it out and get you the best deal and the best stuff sent right to your door. And if you want to try some triathlon fuel, we've got a giveaway right now. If you comment on my last video, the history and past results, somebody random will be chosen, and we'll send that straight to your door and no cost. On the screen we've got Paula Findlay, looking strong. We know she's a great rider. Didn't have her race in the US Open, so she'll be looking to do a lot better than that, get some revenge. She currently has the second fastest bike split. Flora Duffy, third fastest bike split. Both of them Over 4 minutes back from Taylor, though, however, on that fastest bike split. We know Taylor biked 4 to 10 minutes into everybody at the U.S. Open. Slightly shorter distance than this distance, so incredible to see her still doing that again after all these women knew what she was going to do. I think she's changing the game for the women's race, kind of like the Norwegians are doing for the men. I think Taylor's going to do it for the women. Wish Danielle Reef was here to bike with her, but we'll have to wait and see if Daniela decides to do one more 70.3. I know her focus is always Ironman Kona. Fortunately, didn't have the best race there, but it was great for us to all watch Chelsea Sodaro take the win there. We hope to see all of them racing 70.3 in Lahti, Finland next year in 2023, and then it moves to Taupo, New Zealand in 2024. My goal is to make it there with this channel, and I hope you guys all support me to do so and provide the best media content you can imagine, and as much as possible every day. Until then. Olivier, thanks for the comment. Marjolaine Pierre, expected to be one of the very top runners. She's moving up towards top 10. I love to hear it. The run is definitely my favorite part of the race, and I just can't wait to see some of the splits that some of these women put down. 1:18 was last year, I believe, from Lucy Charles Barkley. 1:18.47 was the fastest bike split, run split for the women. And Jeannie Metzler, a 1:20.11. I think it's got to be a lot faster this year to take one of the podium spots. Lucy Charles Barkley finished in 4 hours and 19 seconds last year. So I'm sure that 4-hour mark will get broken this year. Right now, I don't have any idea of how well they're doing in comparison to that record, but maybe one of you guys might be able to help me out on that. Tamara Jewett is expected to have the fastest run split, 1 hour, 16 minutes, 52 seconds. Actually, since I last checked it, Flora Duffy has now moved into the second fastest run split, 1 hour, 19 minutes. So almost 2 minutes advantage for Tamara Jewett. Marjolaine Pierre has an hour 22 currently on the stats to run 1:22, but I'm sure she'll run much faster than that. Nib, Queen of the Mountain in Snow Canyon, I reckon so. That is a tough climb. Well, we can throw it up on the screen here. Really steep climb and long descent. All of the pros fear this climb, and a lot of people would make a move on this. Excited to see what happens in the men's race. That's usually where it really kicks off and a lot of breaks start to happen. Hey everyone. Hey everyone, thank you so much for tuning in again. Welcome back to the Daily Try. Taylor Knibb up Snow Canyon right now, doing extremely well. 5 minutes on Paula Findlay. You'd never have guessed. Lucy Charles Barkley and Flora Duffy also holding in with that chase pack. Holly Lawrence has fallen off. She fell off quite a while ago and looks like they're just getting more and more time on her. 6 minutes 41 down. That former world champion will not like that. Nikki Bartlett then leads the third chase group with Emma Pallet-Brown, Imogen Simmons, Lottie Wilms. They are 8.5 minutes down. Even though Emma Pallet-Brown's an incredible runner, I don't know if she can run 8.5 minutes into Taylor Knibb, but definitely can challenge some of these women for the podium. India Lee and Jackie Herring. Then a little bit further back, and then a lot of fast runners in a huge group further back, including Tamara Jewett, Emily Salthouse, and Marjolaine Pierre. A lot of good runners back there. So thanks for tuning in, as always, and hope to do this a lot more. So just right now, a little bit sick. Can't commentate as much as I would like to. Come back here for the highlights later on. Hopefully I can get that put up really quickly. It looks like there is another live stream going on YouTube, and he's got the footage on there just with an overlay on it. That's risky. I did not want to do that and get in trouble, because I know Outside has the exclusive rights to that. So that's why I created this live stream where we can all just chat and get involved. Thank you so much to everybody who's put a message in here. As always, check out the buymeacoffee.com Daily Try membership. Join the team, help support me. It's just me doing this part-time and trying to put something up every day. It's a crazy amount of work, so I'm just really passionate for the sport and would love to do this full-time. If you want to win a Morton starter pack, just comment on my last video. We're going to choose one random winner. There's only like 5 comments on there, so you have a really good chance of winning. We've had over 5,000 people click the stream, so that's really awesome. We've got 126 of you watching live right now, so if you're not involved in the chat, come on, drop me your predictions, top 3 right now. Who are you thinking right now? Let's see who my picks are. Taylor Knibb, Lucy Charles, Flora Duffy. Right now, if Flora Duffy stays next to Lucy Charles Barkley, I'm going to pick Flora Duffy ahead of Lucy Charles. And in third place, I think I'm going to go... I think I'm going to stick with Lucy. I think Lucy will hold on for third. I think that'll be an amazing achievement to get third place here after cutting second in Kona. So those are my picks for now, my updated picks. I think Paula Findlay and Holly Lawrence then will keep their 4th and 5th place. Let me know who you've got to win it in the chat. I love hearing the predictions. Adds a lot of hype, adds a lot of fun. ObsTry.com giving us this live feed tracker. Super grateful for him and all the work he does there. Make sure you try out his website next time and do your fantasy picks like I've done up there on the screen. He does them for pretty much every race, and he's always updating this tracker. I think it works better than Ironman, so I love coming to this website and using it. Weather right now, warming up a little bit in St. George, but still mighty cold. 42 degrees, a little bit windy. These women, a lot of them wearing some wind protectors and some warmer clothes and gloves right now. It'll be interesting to see how the weather is for the men's. Thank you so much again for tuning in. I'm going to try to commentate as much as I can. A lot of times I'm just taking a break because I start coughing. So thank you so much. Appreciate you. So really interesting, on the screen we're seeing Taylor Knibb over Snow Canyon, hammering it down, heading in towards T2. Flora Duffy and Paula Findlay got a little bit of gap on Lucy Charles Barkley. They're still 6 minutes down on Taylor Knibb, who will love to hear that when she comes into transition. They just passed through the aid stations up there on the top of Snow Canyon. Looked like Lucy Charles Barkley grabbed some nutrition, trying to get the last of it in. Hopefully a lot of these women still kept hydrating on a cold day like this. That's something that's easy to forget. And we'll see if any struggle on the run because of their nutrition choices. It usually does happen in this long distance racing. So it looks like Paula Findlay and Flora Duffy got 20 seconds on Lucy Charles Barkley, and we know they caused a gap from Harley Lawrence. We'll have to see how well she's holding on, see how far that gap is. It will be interesting to see how they take out the run, if Knibb just settles in, uses the time she's got to really take out the run really slow and try and go for a controlled win, or whether she keeps that pace really hot and just tries to hang on. It'll be interesting to see if Lucy Charles Barkley tries to bridge up to Flora Duffy and Paula Findlay right off the bat and run with them. And then Holly Lawrence, we know she's a great runner. We'll see if she can run a minute 30 seconds, it looks like, back to the group she was riding on the bike with. And then a lot of the running firepower coming from behind: Emma Pallant-Brown, Imogen Simmons, Jackie Herring, Emily Salthouse, and Tamara Jewett all coming in. Marjolaine Pierre as well, great runner. So it's all to come, a lot to happen here. Interesting to hear the commentators on Ironman saying that Paula Findlay has the advantage because of the lack of experience. I don't know if that's the case. In this running battle that's going to happen between Paula and Flora, Flora looks comfortable and happy there. She looks great on that bike. Definitely not as calm and steady as Taylor. And Taylor looks like a rock, looks like Jan Frodeno, like I've been saying, on that bike with the similar helmet. But I would not pick Paula Findlay over Flora Duffy in a running race coming up. I know nutrition and everything can be tough, but I think Flora's got the miles in her legs, and she has the experience now to do well at this distance. So we'll have to wait and see how that battle goes, and if one of them cracks. Do I sound all right? How's the volume? Let me know in the comments. Thank you. Wow, this is insane. Holly Lawrence now 9 minutes back. I wonder if she's going to get caught by that second chase group. She might be struggling with that cold. She didn't wear any warm clothes besides gloves. That might have gone to her by this stage of the race. Interesting to see. It looks like they haven't caught her quite yet. Taylor Nibbs probably got like 5 to 10 minutes left on the bike. Maybe less. 53.5 miles. She just crossed the split, so we'll see how she goes. Thank you everyone for tuning in. If you're tuning in for the first time, this is the Daily Tri, a channel I started. We're really going for October 1st with a Road to Kona series. I thought there was a gap in daily triathlon media on YouTube, and I wanted to do my own thing. I wanted to create pro spotlights and highlights and hype videos every day. I also really want to do daily news or a weekly news roundup, something like that coming up. We are now fueled by the feed, so expect a lot more coming up, a lot more partnerships, giveaway, discounts for you guys. Really excited to be back by them. Awesome company. I used to use them before they even reached out, and I just can't say enough. It's just the most flawless, easy to use website. Great prices on everything. I don't think you can get better prices on fuel anywhere else, so go check them out. And yeah, excited to spend a little bit longer on the videos. Usually I spend about 6 hours making a video, sometimes less, sometimes more. But when I have a few days to really edit the videos, take my time on them, I hope to bring you a lot of motivation, a lot of entertainment, and lots more dynamics coming to the channel soon. I edit everything on a very old computer, so sometimes it can drive me nuts and it crashes and I lose stuff, and once I upload it, it stays uploaded, because the idea of re-uploading or re-editing one of these videos would drive me nuts. So if there's a few mistakes, few typos, give me some grace. We're going to get better, more professional as we go along. Changed it on the screen now, but taking a look at that run course coming up. It's been changed a little bit this year. They took out the hilly section on the Red Hills Parkway. So again, this run should be a little bit easier. You can see there at the end, they took away that downhill section into town and the downhill finish. Not sure how it's going to look, but interesting to see that. And then also I know there is a slight off-road section for a little bit by the Dixie Hills golf course that they will run around there. So interesting to see how the athletes do there. Such a hard course. It's rated a minute 30 or so slower. I believe a minute 21 slower than the usual 70.3 course. Lucy Charles Barkley went 4 hours flat last year. I reckon somebody's going to beat that. Taylor looks like she's well on track to beat that. If she gets off the bike in 2 hours 40 minutes, she is going to only need an hour 20 run to beat that. So we'll see. She should be off here soon. All right, we'll head back over to the live tracker after my quick intro video. And as always, please hit the like, comment, subscribe button. This takes a lot of work. I'm learning. This is my first time. I'll be doing it again tomorrow for the men's. So please join in again. Come join into the chat. Love seeing you guys' chat there. Not too many of you guys getting involved, but thank you for those of you who are. TW, looking at you. Appreciate it. All right, here goes Taylor Knibb into transition. She's going to be getting some splits from the fans, from her coach, I'm sure. Hearing that she's got 6 minutes and 46 seconds on the likes of Lucy Charles-Barkley and Flora Duffy, more than she had at the U.S. Open. She came off really well there. Interesting to see how well she does here in transition, whether she takes off that long sleeve tri-suit. Looks like she actually has to keep that on. Pretty quick through transition. A short course athlete. She should be doing well. 2 hours, 14-minute bike split. That is definitely going to be the fastest bike split of the day. Quick transition as always from Taylor Knibb. Looks like she's still got to put on her race belt. Probably her hat and sunglasses still. 2 hours, 14 bike split. Let's see how that compares to last year. Lucy Charles-Barkley actually biked 2 hours, 14 minutes, 58 seconds. So she looks like she beat that from last year. Crazy to see that this year they're biking a lot slower. Lucy Charles, Flora Duffy, Paula Findlay. Taylor looks great, honestly. She does not look like that bike phased her much at all. She's got all of her nutrition in a plastic baggie. She's carrying that with her. She looks like she's going to become world champion. Hard to bet against her right now. She might get a chance to see some of the bikers coming into transition. That'll probably put the fear into those bikers seeing her that far ahead. Really excited to see if Lucy Charles-Barkley catches up to the likes of Flora Duffy and Paula Findlay, who got 20 seconds or so onto her. Oh, actually, at the last checkpoint, it looks like she did, so she caught up quite a bit to get back to them. Holly Lawrence dropped way back, and looks like Lottie Wilms then was the next trying to catch up to her with Emma Pallant-Brown and Nikki Barla. Imogen Simmons also there as well, and then Jackie Herring, wow, 12 minutes back from Taylor Knibb. India Lee, who got the penalty, unfortunately, 5-minute penalty. She's 12 minutes back now. She'll be devastated from that. Otherwise, she would have been probably up with the likes of Paula Findlay, Flora Duffy, Lucy Charles. We'll have to see how well she runs. But yeah, Taylor right now looks great. She wants revenge for the U.S. Open, where she led for most of the race and lost it right at the end. As we see Lucy Charles-Barkley hammering down this downhill section, getting ready to start the run. All right, here we go. Into T2. Flora Duffy, Paula Findlay. Coming in hot. Lucy Charles Barkley as well. We'll see who gets the fastest transition here. Flora Duffy, obviously the most likely to do the best here with her Olympic racing background. Looks like Flora had the best dismount there. Paula as well did really well. She's got to take off that covering, that cycling jersey. Wow, Lucy rode that whole way with her neoprene cap on. That's extremely interesting. That would be so uncomfortable. Lucy looks like she's doing great, getting her socks on really quick. I obviously jinxed her there a little bit. There we go. Wow, she was the fastest out. Flora in second, Paula in second, and then Flora after that. So, well done to Lucy Charles Barkley. Let's see who looks the best right now. Flora, a little far behind. She's going to have to catch up to them. Lucy looks great. She looks really fresh. She knows she's got a mountain to climb if she wants to defend her title. 6 minutes, 52 seconds back. Paula Findlay looks like she looks all right so far, but Lucy looks great. Be really interesting to see how far back Holly Lawrence is. Great race so far. Looks like great conditions, great weather, much better than last year. A little bit cold. But thankfully the women were able to do the full swim earlier today. I know there was a lot of chatter about it being possibly delayed, shortened, or canceled. So great that they got a swim. Looks like Flora's bridged right up to Paula. And Lucy keeping her gap right now. Oh, such a massive deficit to Taylor. I honestly predicted this to happen. I had a feeling after the US Open that she was just on another level. She's going to add a world title to her name in her home country, the US, if she manages to hold this pace and hold them off. We can keep an eye on the tracker here. And because we can see the pace that they're running. Taylor Knibb so far, we've got 6:07 miles. Holly Lawrence is heading into transition now. See how far back she is. Wow, yeah, that means Taylor is over a mile, 1.2 miles ahead of Charles Barkley and Paula Findlay and Flora Duffy. It's going to be interesting to see there if that's the podium, who finishes in fourth place. Right now, I would not bet against Flora Duffy. She's got a podium locked in. She's a great runner. Also, Lucy Charles. But with her injury, we don't know how well or how fast her run is at this distance just quite yet. Paula Findlay, I still think, has another gear to get to in the run. So we'll see how she does on this run. They all look great coming out of T2, and they don't look like they overbiked. Holly looks great as well. She is struggling to get her shoe on, unfortunately. Must be tough in the cold. Off she goes. Looks great. What a great runner she is. Hopefully she manages to catch up to those girls and we can see a four-way chase for the podium. That would be great. Right now we see Emma Pallant-Brown coming into transition with a group of girls, including Imogen Simmons, Lottie Wilms, and Nikki Bartlett. India Lee sure will join them shortly. Emma Pallant-Brown, we all know, is a great runner. Imogen Simmons coming back from injury, not sure how her run will be. She won Challenge Majorca not so long ago, maybe a week or two ago if I remember. Lottie Wilms having a great race today, having one of the best swims of her life, swimming with Taylor Knibb and Lucy at the front. We'll see how that affected her, but all of them 11 minutes 20 seconds down from Taylor Knibb. Hard to see them catching up to her. Taylor would have to have an absolute blow up on the run for any of these women to be in contention for the win. Right now it'll be interesting to see if any of these women can bridge up to Holly Lawrence. Looks like Lucy Charles Barkley still holding a couple seconds on the girl she's running with. Currently in second place. She'll be praying that something happens to Taylor, hopefully a nutrition issue or something that slows her down. Otherwise, she really doesn't have a chance right now of catching up 7 minutes almost to Taylor Knibb in first place. Looks like we saw India Lee coming into transition there. Jackie Herring and Reichman coming into transition, getting ready to start the run. Wow, Taylor looks really good. She does not look like she's struggling at all. I wonder if she'll even have the fastest run split as well. So she'll have a top swim, definitely the number one bike, and then also I think she's got a point to prove on the run. Right now she is running 19 seconds faster than Flora Duffy and Lucy Charles Barkley after that first split. Her current pace is 5:4:54 per mile. That is going to be horrible to hear if you're Lucy Charles Barkley, Paula Finley, or Flora Duffy. She definitely is not going with the tactic I thought she might. She is not going out slow and steady and using her lead to her advantage. She looks like she is powering ahead, looking to make a statement and become world champion in style. Hard to bet against her right now. Really interesting to see that Paula Finley had the fastest T2. She also had a really fast T1, so she's obviously been working on those transitions. Honestly, I know she comes from that Olympic style background, so maybe that's just an error in my commentating. Actually, she has the history. She can transition fast, but we would have expected Flora Duffy and Taylor Knibb to be a little closer to her on those. This hill that Taylor's on right now looks brutal. Nice that they got a bit of flat section out of town, get their legs moving, get those jelly legs sorted out from the bike, and now she's heading up this hill. The whole course sounds pretty brutal to run on, to be honest. Doesn't look like a lot of flats. I'll throw it up on the screen for you guys to take a quick look as they go to the advertisement. Looks like Emily Salthouse is headed into transition as well with Tamara Jewett. Those two will be looking to run up the group. Imogen Simmons looks like she's taken the lead of the third pack, I would call it, because Harley Lawrence on her own there chasing. But yeah, the third pack there with Imogen Simmons, Lottie Wilms, Emma Pallant-Brown. 11-minute back from Taylor Knibb. 4 minutes down from Lucy Charles Barkley, Paula Finley, and Flora Duffy. Run course has a total of, let's see here, about 704 feet of elevation gain. Looks like it goes pretty much straight up for the first 4 miles and then 4 kilometers, and then downhill for the next 4, then uphill again for the next 5 or 6 kilometers, and then another downhill section, and before a pretty flat finish. 704 feet, quite a bit. 13 miles, 2-loop course. I know they have an off-road section at the Dixie Hills Golf Course. They removed the hilly section at Red Hills Parkway. And, yes, no downhill sprint finish like we've seen before. Should be interesting. Really excited to see how this 2nd through 5th place competition goes, and also the 6th through the 10th place. I think that's going to be really fun. A lot of good runners in that area we'll see the likes of Tamara Jewett, Jackie Herring, Emily Salthouse, Marjolaine Pierre all running for those top 10 spots. Again, all these women, the top 10 really matter, so get hyped about that because those PTO rankings are going to be updated in a few days, and we're running out of races for this year. This one's going to be the best one for them to get the most points, although Taylor Knibb might ruin a lot of those point scores for a lot of these ladies, as she's going to make it the ideal time probably go up a lot more, and so their points are going to go a lot further down if they don't get close to Taylor Knibb's time. So a lot of those women will be keeping that in the back of their mind as we see Taylor Knibb now heading out onto the golf course. It looks like actually a pretty good asphalt section there. I didn't see if she ran on an off-road section, but looks great. Excited to see if they put some coverage on the chase pack and also on Holly Lawrence. I can't wait to see that next split. Looks like she is 10 minutes and 30 seconds back, Holly Lawrence, right now from Taylor Knibb. 3 minutes down on those girls. Emma Pallet-Brown looks like she has caught up already quite a bit. She's only 50 seconds off of Holly Lawrence, and behind Emma Pallet-Brown, Imogen Simmons. So Pallet-Brown running really well, already put 30 seconds on the group she was with, catching up to Holly Lawrence. And maybe those two might be able to work together and catch up to those first chase group. Really good race so far. I mean, Taylor looks like she's got it in the bag, but incredible. To the latest person who put in the comments, they are live streaming it on Outside Watch. You can download the app or you can go to their website. I know it's powered by Triathlete, I believe. So check out their app. It's working fine. Watching it. Myself, oh, there we go. So all three girls are together, chasing Taylor down. Looking at their splits, they're running about 6 minutes per mile. Taylor was running about 5:54 at that last split, so not running as fast as Taylor. Not a good sign for them if they want to challenge her. But it looks like this is Taylor's day to become world champion. If any of you guys think I'm wrong with that, please put it in the comments. I'm excited to see how much you trust Taylor. It looks like so far with 41 votes, you guys are picking Lucy Charles-Barkley still to win in the poll. So that's crazy to me. Taylor with a 7 minutes, 30-second gap currently. This is going to be great to see if anybody's able to catch her. That would be amazing. Thanks for putting your votes in. Everybody, I've got a poll going in the chat, so if you want to join in on the voting, I've got Taylor Knibb, Lucy Charles-Barkley, Flora Duffy, and Findlay on there. Lucy Charles-Barkley at 48% for the victory right now. So anybody new joining in, please like, comment, subscribe, do all those things. Enter in the giveaway by commenting on my last video, and you could win a Morton starter pack. Also, the Buy Me a Coffee Daily Try membership. You could also win another Morton starter pack. Coming up in a couple weeks, we'll be doing that giveaway. The Daily Try is now fueled by the feed. We're going to be looking to grow this into the YouTube hub for triathlon enthusiasts with content almost every day. Can't promise. It's just me running this. I'd love to see your support and your help. I would love to do more of these commentaries if you guys like them. This is my first one ever, first live stream of any kind ever before, so I've had to learn a lot to get this all set up for you guys. I'm going to put the tracker back up on screen now, and we're going to check in and see how these women are doing. Excited to see that next split pop up. Looks like those three are going to work together to try and track down Taylor Knibb, and hopefully she blows up towards the end of the run. She did in Dallas, but she said that was because of the heat. Otherwise, she did look good for the majority of that run. Taylor Knibb still looking strong. She's got all her nutrition with her. She'll be looking to not fade on this run. Checking her watch, making sure she's at a good heart rate and pace. And looking to keep her gap on these women. It looks like it's actually growing. We just see with the last split there, she's running 6-minute miles. She's 3.9 miles into the run already. That is going to put her for a blistering finish. 7:30 minutes back. Paula Finley, Lucy Charles Barkley, Flora Duffy all look like they're running for second place at the moment. That's going to be an interesting showdown to see who misses the podium. Holly Lawrence, Emma Pallet Brown, Imogen Simmons, Nikki Bartlett, Lottie Wilms, India Lee. That's your top 10 right now. I think we're going to see that change quite a bit. Marjolaine Pierre and Emily Salthouse currently in 13th and 14th, and with Tamara Jewett as well. Those 3 excellent runners, as well as Jackie Herring in 11th. They're all going to be trying to break into that top 10, which I wouldn't be surprised if any of them do that. Right now on screen, we see Taylor Knibb running incredibly well with the amazing backdrop of St. George. I've been there a few times before. Wonderful place. I think it was great to see the Ironman host the World Champs there, although I love Kona more than anything, and that is the goal, to get there next year to both World Championships with the Daily Tri. We're now fueled by the feed, so hopefully we can make that happen together. And as always, the goal is to bring you the best content. Just love the sport of triathlon. I think it's the best pro sport out there, one of the hardest pro sports, and I don't think these athletes get enough spotlight, so really excited for that. For the sport to go, and I love the PTO putting a lot of work and money into these athletes. Awesome to see Emma Pallant-Brown running so well, taking over Holly Lawrence into 5th place. She looks good enough to catch up to the next girls, Lucy Charles-Barkley, Flora Duffy, and Paula Findlay. All running together, looking really strong, heading into the golf course. Still 7.5 minutes back from Taylor Knibb. Imogen Simmons behind them, 12 minutes, 48 seconds back behind Taylor Knibb. Nikki Bartlett holding on strong in 8th. Lottie Wilms, India Lee, that's your top 10 so far. All these women looking great, running together. Going through one of the first aid stations, we see Flora Duffy grabbing some aid. Otherwise, Paula Findlay, Lucy Charles-Barkley deciding to skip the aid. Flora grabbing another cup as well. 10 miles to go. Who's going to win? Please put your vote in the poll. We got in the chat. We've got 62 votes so far. Lucy Charles-Barkley in the lead, 48% chance to win. Taylor Knibb, 37%. I personally am going for Taylor Knibb. I've picked her up there in the obstry.com fantasy. You can go to that website. Right now it's closed for this one, but go for every race. Come check out the website and make your picks. It works flawlessly. You can share them with your friends. Christoph, an amazing fan of the sport, has created this website for all of our pleasure. So next time, make sure to pick your fantasy. Would love to do some giveaways as well with that in the future. So far, my picks look pretty strong. It looks like I'm holding pretty good there, but Holly Lawrence might be replaced for Emma Pallant-Brown. It's incredible as we look up the top of the screen there. The fastest bike was Taylor Knibb, 2:14:40, which was the fastest by 6 minutes and 8 seconds to Paula Findlay and 6 minutes 48 seconds to Flora Duffy. So Flora, obviously now biking with the best of them. We knew she could do it. She just needed a little bit of time and experience on the TT bike. But Taylor also hasn't that much experience on the TT bike. I think she is just an incredible athlete based out of Boulder. Was putting into 20 to 24-hour bike workouts weeks. That's just unreal. I don't know of any athlete, men or women, who are doing that. She was doing that while injured, and it obviously shows. 20 to 24 hours on a bike in a week. I couldn't imagine. It's obviously paying off for her so well. 6 minutes. No man, I think, in tomorrow's race could put 6 minutes into anybody else. That is crazy. What a good race we have. Taylor has only got less than 8 miles now before the end of the run. She's running 5:57 per mile. Doesn't look like she's going to fade. Her chances get better and better to win as the race goes on. Gives the girls less time to catch up to her. Looks like Flora Duffy is moved to the front here. Lucy Charles-Barkley in the rear. Flora and Paula looking really good. All those girls look strong. Emma Pallant-Brown, Holly Lawrence have the fastest average run pace right now. Emma Pallant-Brown by far has the fastest running pace, so she's doing really well. She's obviously going to try and break into that top 4, and if she gets it, if she managed to bridge up to those girls, a podium place is possible. She would love that. She didn't get selected for the Collins Cup, which was mind-blowing to a lot of people. She had so many 70.3 wins. I believe it was Nicholas Berg that was picked over her, and most likely because of her merit and just seeing her race one more time before she retired. But I think Emma Pallant-Brown wants to prove a lot of people wrong with that one and have a great race here. Looks like Flora Duffy is pushing the pace now with this group. Let's see if Paula Findlay and Lucy Charles-Barkley can hang on. Taylor Knibb still looks great at the front of this race. Hard to bet against her right now. I wonder if she'll slow down, try and conserve, make sure she gets that win. She's got 7 minutes and 30 seconds. She can take a 7-minute break if she wants to and still be running with these girls. Incredible. DW, I love your comment. Taylor must have watched your video and heard you say that nobody's going to win by 8 minutes this year, and she's going for it. Absolutely. I can't believe that. I just thought the girls, having seen her at Dallas in the U.S. Open, would just not want her to get away like she did there, and maybe risk something on the bike to maybe stay with her. I don't know if any of them could stay with her, but maybe keep it within a couple minutes or a few minutes. But looks like they decided to all stay in a group together and thought that was best for their chances. And Taylor took advantage in her new bike position, her aerodynamics, her aero helmet, everything added to her advantage, and she's six minutes faster than everyone else. I bet everyone will be glad when she's more focused on the Olympics in the next year or two, and hopefully missing some of these 70.3 races between Taylor and Ashley Gentle. This 70.3 racing is just incredibly tough right now. I like your comment saying that's what pro tour riders do, 20 to 35 hour ridings a week. It's insane. I can't believe she's doing that while swimming and running. I know she wasn't running as much when she was injured, but I think she was getting back into running about June this year. So she's had plenty of time. I think she's got enough miles in her legs, and we saw her at Cagliari a couple weekends ago do extremely well on the run. I would not bet against her right now. We've got 80 votes, and 46% of you are betting against her. Lucy Charles Barkley for the win. Super interesting as we see Taylor running through a park right now. Looks like a great running course. Looks really tough, a lot of uphills and downhills, but really scenic. And Taylor Knibb is tough. She's got plenty of experience. She's been doing this for years. She's a graduate of Cornell. A lot of members in her family. I think she's like the 11th or 12th member in her family to graduate from that university. Grew up through the USA triathlon scene and the world triathlon, and she's just been dominant as a junior, and as she's gotten older, she's just moved up the ranks. She went to the Olympics and ahead of Taylor Spivey at the last Tokyo Olympics, and she looks like a force for many, many years to come. Such an interesting personality as well. Taylor is so unique. I love her energy. She's so bubbly, so fun, always laughing, always having a good time. Trains out of Boulder. A lot of these women now training out of Boulder. I've seen a lot of them in person as I used to train there as well. And I've swam next to Flora Duffy, funny enough, and that was the most humbling experience of my life. She is a very small person compared to me, and she was swimming about 2 laps every time I swam 1. So that was a great experience. Also saw Sam Long swimming at the same pool at the same time, and he was really struggling to keep up with Flora too. So definitely great to see some of those in person. You have no idea how fast these women are swimming. It's incredible, and I haven't seen the biker run, but I could only imagine how fast that looks. 6-minute miles for a whole half marathon, unbelievable. Excited to see who gets the fastest run split here. It looks like Emma Pallant-Brown really wants to be the person with the fastest run split. I'm going to scroll down a little bit and see who's running as fast as her right now. Looks like Tamara Jew at 5:09 miles. Okay, so Tamara might be the fastest runner on course right now. Jackie Herring as well, 5:29. She's running really well. So is Emily Salthouse. Fantastic. 6.4 miles into the run. She's halfway through. Another 6 miles at 36 minutes or so. It's going to put the women at it's going to put Taylor at a 3-hour 54 finish, demolishing Lucy's time from last year of 4 hours. So expect an extremely fast run time from Taylor Knibb, who is dominating the women's race right now. Flora looks like she's getting a little bit of gap on Paula Findlay, but definitely the both of them have gotten a gap on Lucy Charles Barkley. So not sure if you guys want to jump back in that poll and change your votes, but it looks like Lucy is falling off the pace. Maybe that's a decision she's chosen. Maybe she thinks they're going out too hot and they're going to fade. So I still don't doubt her for challenging for the second spot. But right now it looks like Taylor's got number 1 wrapped up. It's really interesting listening to Craig Alexander talk right now, saying it must be disheartening for some of these top athletes to watch Taylor Knibb 7 minutes ahead of them. That's a humiliating amount of time. These women train all year long for this. Holly Lawrence, for example, a previous world champion, has this as her A race, trains all year long, and is 12 minutes and 22 seconds down. Taylor really is taking this to a whole new level, far more than the Norwegians are right now. If she can pull this off and finish 7:30 ahead of the chase group and then over 12 to 15 minutes ahead of the rest of the women in the world, that is insane. Taylor will be probably beating a lot of the men tomorrow. Just keep that in mind. This time is going to be incredible. 3 hours 54. If you guys are new to the stream, please don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Hit like on this video. It'll help it get out to more people before the end. Also, if you want a Morton starter pack, head over to my last video. comment down below. I'll pick a random winner from there, and we'll send you that morning starter pack free of charge, because the Daily Tri is fueled by the feed, the best place to get your triathlon nutrition. An incredible website. I used them before they even reached out. I absolutely love the guys behind that, so please check them out. Amazing group of people there. We're getting towards the end of this race already. I can't believe it. It's gone by so fast. I started off really rough for me today. I woke up a little bit sick and coughing, so I didn't get to start the commentary, but excited that I feel a little bit better now, and excited for the men's race tomorrow. Hopefully we can have everybody watching. I know there's another live stream going on with a guy. He's streaming the race on YouTube, so any of you guys struggling to get the live stream, I'll head on over to him, although I don't think that's legal. But anyways, good that Outside Watch has got it for us for free. They're pretty far along in the run right now. Taylor Knibb is last stat was 5.8 miles, probably getting to about the 7-mile mark now. She is going to start heading uphill, looks like, and then before pretty much all downhill and a little flat before the finish. Excited to see what that finish line looks like this year, and whether they keep this course for future years. I know this was not going to be the World Championship going forward anymore, but it will be the world. I mean, there'll definitely be a race. There'll definitely be a 70.3 race here every year. Next year goes to Lahti, Finland in August, so it'll be before Kona, so this race will be even more hyped up, and I'm sure a lot more of the athletes will come to it, the likes of Chelsea Sodaro, Ashley Gentle. Hopefully we get to see Daniela Reef at another one of these. Laura Phillip, I'm sure, might come here, and especially for those athletes, it being in Europe as well will be a great bonus for them. And then it'll be Kona afterwards in October, so I think that'll be great for the sport. Also, I'm sure the St. George residents are sick of World Championships going on in St. George. Incredible that 24-year-old Taylor Knibb's leading this race by so much. 7.5 minutes, still running, 5:47 miles. Emma Pallant-Brown in 5th place. Looks like she's still quite far behind the other girls who probably will hold her off. She might be able to catch Lucy. Paula Findlay looks like she's taking the lead ahead of Flora Duffy, so incredible. Taylor Knibb has just stopped at a portable restroom right now. So that's interesting to see if she is struggling, but she's got a lot of time to get back on her feet and get back to running. Paula Findlay looks like she is taking the lead from Flora Duffy. I take my words back from earlier where I said Flora had definitely the advantage over Paula if they came into the run together, and I'm eating my words as Paula is showing us what she can do on the run. I was really excited, really hoped she could do this. She's Canadian, she loves the cold. I don't know if she loves the cold, but she prefers it to the heat for sure. It's not too far of a gap to Flora, so Flora's still hanging on there. Lucy is definitely gone from those girls, at least 30 seconds back right now from her last splits. Again, thank you so much for everyone tuning in. Please subscribe. We're at 1,154. The goal is 1,500 by November 1st. So if you can help us get there, that would be incredible. All right, let's see how long it takes Taylor to get going again. Maybe the women have got word that she took a break. So we'll see how that affects her. That would be... Oh, looks like she's back on the run already. So not too much of a break for Taylor, who might have lost a minute or so on that one. Again, another amazing thing about these races these days is these carbon shoes really do help negate a lot of the fatigue that these women are going to be feeling in their legs. Chris McCormack mentioned in Kona, like, especially with like Gustav Eden shoes with the huge stack height, it does a lot less damage throughout the run. And if you're not running into these shoes, you don't have a chance at competing. A lot of people training in them now full time to minimize the damage on the legs. Triathlon is brutal with that, with the bike and the run. So if these women can train the bike really hard and keep their speed up using shoes like this that don't cause a lot of stress, it gives them a huge advantage. And we just see these times getting faster and faster. And as the stack height grows and grows on the shoe, the bounce back and the spring in the shoe increases as well. So not surprising that all these times are getting smashed, and to see Taylor just being able to hold on to a run like that. So interestingly enough, Emma Powell-Brown is now only 2 minutes 30 seconds behind Lucy and closing in fast. She's running exceptionally well. She's put 2 minutes into Holly Lawrence already, and she already caught up a minute to her, so running 3 minutes faster than Holly Lawrence. That's insane. Jackie Herring has also had a blistering run so far and is up to 7th place, and definitely might take over Holly by the end of this race. So that is incredible. It looks like we've got our top 5 sorted already. But yeah, crazy race so far. India Lee, Imogen Simmons still holding in there. India Lee would be right behind Lucy Charles Barkley if she didn't get that penalty, so she's going to be heartbroken about that. Ann Reisman, Lottie Wilms moving back. Tamara Jewett up to 13th with running with Emily Salthouse. Actually not running with Emily Salthouse. Really dropped her over a minute 30 quicker than her so far. Whew, let's see if she can get into that top 10. It's going to be hard. She's still got about 3 minutes to run in the next half marathon into Imogen Simmons. So we'll have to see if she can crack a top 10. So awesome. Looks like Paula Finley has put in some good time on Flora Duffy, so she definitely looks like a good bet for second place. Paula Findlay. Flora Duffy is now 24 seconds back. I wonder if she's struggling or if it's just Paula putting in a surge. Lucy Charles Barkley, we'll see how far back she is from Flora Duffy. The next tracker about to come up. Taylor Knibb's got less than 5 miles to become a world champion. Insane. Paula Findlay's background, Luis Alvarez, she came up through the ITU circuit. She raced short course for a long time. The Olympics was always her goal. She was part of the Triathlon Federation in Canada. And then she's had a lot of injuries, a lot of run injuries. And she works with, she's Eric Lagerstrom's wife, her partner. And they run the Triathlon Life together, a YouTube channel now. And they create a lot of media content. They also have an apparel brand. And yeah, she really thrives at this long course. She also just won the Canadian National Time Trial Championship, so she's an excellent biker, but 6 minutes behind Taylor Knibb today. So incredible. Taylor Knibb is really showing everyone she could bike with the best pro women cyclist, and she could probably bike with a lot of pro men. It's awesome to see Paula Findlay running this fast. She obviously focused on this race the whole year. It'll be great to see how her husband goes tomorrow at the men's race. We're going to be live streaming that as well, starting at the same time, 7:30 Mountain Time, 6:30 for me here on Pacific Time. Hopefully I'll be feeling a little bit better, have a little bit more energy for you, a little more stats, stuff to share about the men's race. Just naturally, I know a little bit more about the men's athletes, but I think the women's racing is just as exciting. Taylor heading back up that steep slope that she did when she started the run, so not too long to go for her now. Looks like Lucy is still 30 seconds back from Flora Duffy. Paula Findlay still 20 seconds ahead of her. $122 votes now in the poll. Thank you everybody for getting involved. If you haven't subscribed, subscribe to the Daily Tribe, please. We are going to make this the YouTube hub for triathlon content every day. We want to create our own space here, not take away from any of the other YouTube channels, but just provide hype videos, good images, good quality media. Hopefully it's entertaining. I edit the videos all myself, takes quite a few hours, so show some support, subscribe, like, check out thefeed.com, comment on my last video in order to get a Morden starter pack for free if you're the lucky winner that's chosen. It's the first time I've ever done this, so please give me ideas, give me something I could do better next time. I'm lucky to have obstry.com working with me to put this live stream up, and tryrating.com for the expected times, which looks like they're never correct, but that's what the stats tell us. Lucy Charles Barkley was expected to win this race with Taylor Knibb in second and Flora in third. Looks like none of this is going to come true. My picks are going to be a little off as well. If you go to obstry.com, you can do fantasy for a triathlon. Extremely flawless website. It works so well. And you can share your fantasy with your friends. We've got, I had Taylor Knibb to win. I didn't think she'd win by this much, but she is crushing it. Lucy Charles Barkley in second. I don't think she's going to manage that today. Looks like fourth place for her. Unless Emma Pallant-Brown can catch her. She's looking like she's running extremely strong. And then I had Paula Findlay in fourth. Looks like she's going to take second. I put my money on her in second place right now. And Holly Lawrence has not had the race she was looking for. She might get swallowed up by this next group of fast runners. Looks like Jackie Herring's bearing down on her. And the latest tracker update says that Emma Pallant-Brown is now only 2 minutes behind Lucy Charles Barkley. She'll be getting those splits. She'll be hearing that from fans and her coach. And she is catching up to Lucy. Can she take fourth place? I think that would be a great result from her. I think Flora would be super happy with second or third, but looks like she might have to settle for third place right now. Emma Pallant-Brown really struggles in the heat. She suffered in, I believe it was Clash Miami earlier. She passed out on the racetrack, and then she didn't even bother going to the U.S. Open later on because of the heat and focused on this race, and it looks like it's paying her dividends. Paula Findlay running so well. Come on, Paula. Looks like she's 6 minutes 22 seconds down right now from Taylor Knibb. So obviously that porta potty break allowed her to catch up a little bit. But this is fantastic racing from Paula. We know Eric Lagerstrom, her partner, really struggles when she races. He gets way too emotionally involved and too hyped up for her. She got third at the PTO Edmonton Canadian Open. I was there in person, watched her race there. She dominated on the bike. It was just Ashley Gentle and Chelsea Sodaro who had great runs. Ashley Gentle, she finished in second place at the Edmonton Open. Ashley Gentle came in first, ran her down. Chelsea Sodaro took a great third. Laura Phillip was in fourth there. And in the U.S. Open, Paula Findlay finished in 10th place. She struggled in the heat. She does not like the heat. She doesn't want to do any more heat racing. But I think she's definitely one to watch for this distance. Taylor Knibb obviously taking it to a new level. I had a feeling she would when I heard she was doing 20 to 24-hour bike workout weeks. I knew no one was going to keep up with her when she came back from injury, and her run's so good, and she's so young, and she's just got so many years in her legs. She's been doing this for years and years and years and years. Her family's into triathlon. She went to Cornell, competed as a triathlete on the ITU circuit around the world, starting really, really young. So I know there's a great podcast on her on the Greg Bennett Show. If you guys want to learn more about Taylor Knibb, I highly recommend that one. She is such a great personality, so fun, so bubbly, so enthusiastic, energetic. She lives in Boulder, and she gets to train at that altitude all the time. As opposed to Paula Findlay, she lives in Bend, Oregon. Not too much altitude there, but a lot of great training. Beautiful area nearby where I live. Potentially 15 minutes before the end of this race, Taylor Knibb has got a few miles left. So if she's got a couple miles left to run, she could be finishing in about 3:55. That's my guess. 3:55, 3:56 for Taylor Knibb, which will make her finish 4 minutes quicker than Lucy Charles Barkley did last year. Interesting to note that Taylor only biked about 30 seconds quicker than Lucy did last year. So I don't know if the course was that much harder this year or if Lucy just biked extremely hard last year. It'll be interesting to see what the commentators say about that, or what Taylor or Lucy say about that coming up. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in to the Daily Try. I appreciate it. We've had almost 10,000 people click on the channel. That's super exciting for me. I really want to help this grow, become the community, come the place you go every day for your triathlon. We're fueled by the feed now, an amazing website that I used before they even reached out, and I can't wait to see how they grow and they change the game of triathlon coming up. So please check them out. We're getting towards the end of the run here. You can look on the run course. It's pretty much all downhill and then a little bit of flat section where Taylor is at right now, running through that golf course, just past the golf course, and then to the finish line. A lot of those women will be excited to crest this hill and get down towards that downhill section. Right now we see, back on the main screen here, that Tamara Jewett is running the fastest out of everybody. 37 seconds quicker than Emma Pallett-Brown. Jackie Herring 2 minutes into her as well, so it looks like she is kind of sticking to what everybody expected. I had her for my dark horse into the top 10, so let's see. She is right now, where is she? 12th place, doing strong. Can she break into that top 10? It looks like she's going to. She's only a minute and 12 seconds down from that top 10. That's super exciting. Imogen Simmons, India Lee, Nikki Bartlett, all doing really well. We'll have to see if Jackie Herring can catch up to Holly Lawrence, take that 6th place. She's 40 seconds back. Emma Pallett-Brown at the last check was still a minute 20 or so behind Lucy Charles Barkley, who's holding on to 4th place. She won't be happy for that. She will have wanted more, especially defending her title, but she did just get 2nd in Kona. So a lot to ask for her to come back-to-back for this. Taylor, however, is on another level, another planet. She is 6 minutes ahead of Paula Findlay, who's having a great run. She's put a minute 39. She's put a minute and 30 into Flora Duffy, the Olympic gold medalist, one of the fastest runners. And to put that much time into her, she's got to be stoked with that. She's having a great race. Flora Duffy also had a great bike, 3rd fastest bike. She'll be happy with that. Both her and Taylor Knibb are going to get some insane points for this race. For the PTO, and it's going to jump them up. I can't wait to see that. I'll make a video on that, what the PTO points were for this race. Taylor Knibb is going to get so much, because what Thorsten does at tryrating.com, who's helped me out with the live stream by letting me put some of the expected times up there on the right, he attributes an ideal time to each race called the AIT, and then based on how fast the athletes go in comparison to that ideal time, gets them points. So if they go faster than that ideal time, which I'm sure Taylor Knibb will be going a lot faster than that, I'm guessing it's going to be around 4 hours for this race, since that's what Lucy Charles Barkley did last year, and she had a magnificent performance. So around 4 hours is what it's going to be, and I bet Taylor Knibb is going to get over 100 points by quite a bit, probably 110. I'm not sure if there's a bonus for the 70.3 Worlds, but I think there's a 5% bonus as well. So she's going to jump up easily into the top 10, maybe into the top 5 women, which is going to be a massive payday bonus for Taylor Knibb for the end of this year. The PTO puts over $2 million into the athletes at the end of the year based on their rankings. It'll be interesting to see what then Paula Findlay, Flora Duffy, Lucy Charles get for this race. I'm guessing it'll be around that ideal time. They're all having great races. It's just Taylor Knibb's on another planet, so I'm guessing they'll all get around that 100 points for this race. Emma Pallett-Brown now about a minute back from Lucy Charles Barkley. Can she get her? She's got just 3 miles left to catch her. That would mean she'd have to run about 20 seconds quicker per mile. That's a lot to ask, especially at the end of a run. Lucy's also really good at the end of races, and she's got those marathon legs in her, so there'll be a lot to ask. But 5th place, she'll be happy with that, beating Holly Lawrence. Jackie Herring is obviously going to try and take over Holly. Is she going to do it? She's running about 10 seconds quicker per mile. It might be enough. That's going to be a really close between 6th and 7th. Remember, the prize purse for this is $350,000 between the men and the women. It's about $175,000 for each. That's quite a bit of money. I don't know the exact breakdown on how much per position, but you better believe that the difference between 7th and 6th place is quite enticing. And between all the top 10, usually Ironman pays out the top 15. So we can see Prioni from Italy is having a great race. Marjolaine Pierre not having the best run that we expected. She's missing out on the money, but Perioni is doing well. Emily Salthouse, she will not be happy with that result. 14th place. She would have liked a top 10. Tamara Jewett running like mad right now. Running a minute 32 faster than Jack and Herring. Oh, actually, sorry. She might not have updated yet, but she was running 37 seconds faster than Emma Pallett-Brown, who's the second fastest run time. But Tamara Jewett's looking to get into that top 10. I wonder if she can do it. She's got 30 seconds before Imogen Simmons, and Reichman moved up into 10th place. So Imogen Simmons just out of the top 10. She's been on the podium before. Let's see here. Tamara Jewett running a minute per mile faster than Imogen Simmons, who looks to be struggling. Same with India Lee. So she might move up into that top 9. Tamara Jewett having a great race. Nikki Bartlett also having an incredible race. 8th place. Well done to her. She was expected to finish a little further down behind Lottie Wilms and Imogen Simmons. Ellie Salthouse, look at that. She was supposed to finish there, top 10, just behind Tamara Jewett, but having a terrible race in 14th, unfortunately for her. I hope she's doing all right and can finish strong. Wow, looks like Flora's struggling as we see Lucy Charles Barkley is overtaking her. 3rd place. Up for grabs right now. She's gone ahead. That's insane. Wow, here we are coming to the finish line. Taylor Knibb has had a race like no other. We're already getting ready to welcome her across the finish line. She just crossed the 11.8 mile mark, so here we go. On the screen, we can see Emma Pallett-Brown not too far behind those women. I can't wait to see what that split is. She's going to be running for her life. Behind her, I think that's a woman who is on her first lap of the run, unfortunately. But Emma Pallett-Brown, can she catch up to Flora? Flora looks like she's really struggling. She would hate to miss out on the podium. Here comes Taylor Knibb, unstoppable, running through town now, passing the aid station. She looks like she's running on her toes. It's going to be hard to beat this girl in the future. I'd love to see her go up against Ashley Gentle again and Chelsea Sidara. I'd love to see Laura Phillip back here and Daniela Reef. We've got it. The women's field just keeps getting deeper and deeper, and as athletes like Tamara Jewett and Jackie Herring and all these other ladies in the top 10 start to get better on the bike, and we know they've got the run legs to keep up, but that bike leg seems to separate the women right now. Tamara Jewett with the fastest run by a minute. 2 minutes, 30 seconds faster than Jackie Herring. So Tamara is up in 11th place right now. She's definitely going to break that top 10. She might even get top 8, which would be amazing for her. Former University of Toronto track runner. Expected to run a 1:16 right now. That is just insane. Let's see if Taylor breaks 4 hours on this race. Hey, Scott. So apologize, guys. I was obviously way off. Taylor is 4 hours and 1 minute into the race so far. She's about to finish. She's about to be world champ. Looks like Paula Findley's still 6 minutes back. But, yeah, Taylor Knibb not as fast on this course. I wonder if she's slowing down a little bit. It looks like Paula Findley running a little bit quicker than her. Lucy's time last year must have been that amazing. Even swimming slower than she did today. She went 4 hours flat last year, so she must not be having the best day. She's obviously coming back from injury. Paula Findley having a great race. She'll be happy with second place, I think, especially since no one else is having a race like Taylor. Emma Pallant-Brown has moved into 4th place and put some time into Flora Duffy, who must be fading. I wonder if she's fading bad enough for Holly Lawrence to take a top 5 spot. Tamara Jewett is into 10th place. She's probably already taken 9th already. I wonder if she can get top 8. Nikki Bartlett having a great race. Jackie Herring holding strong on the run. She's going to try and take Holly Lawrence, I'm sure, in these next couple miles. This is going to be a great finish. As always, come back here for the highlights, reactions, top 5s, best performances, worst performances. Just a lot of content coming your way. We've got a few races coming up as well. Ironman Israel, Ironman Arizona. That's going to be a good one. Joe Skipper, it looks like, versus Cameron Wurf. I know they had a bit of beef in Kona, so I think that's going to be a great race if Cameron Wurf shows up for that one. Thank you all for tuning in. Please subscribe, like. This takes so much work. And obstry.com, check them out. He let me use his live tracker for this. Tryrating.com lets me use his stats for my videos. He's also in the top right there with the expected times, and it looks like the women are going way faster than those expected times. The course is a little different this year, so it's harder to compare what was going on last year. As Taylor Knibb runs towards the finish line, as we see all the crowds lined up there. Incredible. All the age group men probably cheering her on. A lot of the pro men probably there at the finish line as they get ready for their race tomorrow. Thank you so much. This took a lot of work. Thank you for all your comments in the chat. I hope to do this more often, and I hope to be on the ground at the 70.3 World Champs in Lahti, Finland next year as Taylor Knibb comes in for the win. She had one hell of a race. She's going to be crowned 70.3 World Champion at 24 years and old. She dominated the field. She's over 6 minutes ahead. Taylor Knibb is your 70.3 World Champion. 4 hours, 3 minutes, and 20 seconds. Oh, a lot of emotion for her. She goes over and gets her hug. I believe that's her coach. Insane. What a performance. She looks great too, honestly. She doesn't look that tired. A 1:21 run. So a little slower than Lucy ran last year. Lucy ran a 1:18.48 last year, so a few minutes slower. A few minutes slower overall, so I don't think the points are going to be too bad for her. The PTO rankings, I think she's going to move up dramatically. Can't wait to see when those are posted. Here we go. We're just waiting for Emma Pallant-Brown. She has taken 3rd place. You were right. Oh my goodness, she's taken that spot from Lucy Charles-Barkley. What a run from her. We see run takeovers so far. Tamara Jewett has taken over 9 people. She's in 9th place now. It looks like she's going to get 8th. It might be too far for her to take over Jackie Herring, but looks like Holly Lawrence is also moving fast enough to hold on to 6th place. I don't think she'll get Flora Duffy, who might hold on to 5th, which will still be good for her. I think she'll be disappointed, though. Olympic gold medalist watching Taylor Knibb, a fellow short course competitor, dominate so badly like this. Emma Pallant-Brown, look at that, taking over Lucy Charles-Barkley. Come back here for all these highlights later today, and come back in the morning for the men, 7:30. Thank you so much for tuning in. Don't forget to head over to my last video, History and Results. Leave a comment. You can win a Morton starter pack for free. The Daily Try is now fueled by the feed. Much more giveaways and discounts to come. Wow, Lucy looks like she's trying to hold on, but Emma's such a great runner. Wow, this is neck and neck. Really exciting stuff. Looks like Paula Findlay is getting ready to come into the finish. Couple more corners for her. She will be so happy with second place. I think her husband will be too. He's racing tomorrow. He's looking to put in a good performance. He recently won Ironman 70.3 Santa Cruz out of his trademark van. So he'll be looking to put in a good performance. I know he struggles when Paula races before her because he gets too emotionally involved. So we'll have to see how well he goes. But he'll be super proud of Paula. The Canadian who loves racing in the cold. She does not like the heat. Same with Emma Palmer-Brown, who decided to skip the US Open. Paula is currently making up for her performance there, where she finished 10th place. She looks fantastic. Her stride looks great. Interesting to see what her run split is. So far on the ObsTri tracker, we see that Paula Findlay is the fastest run of the day, but we know Emma Palmer-Brown and Tamara Jewett were running even faster than that, so excited to see how well they're doing. Currently, Paula Findlay looks like an hour, 20 minutes, 32 seconds for the fastest run. Emma Palmer-Brown in third place. She's definitely not going to catch up to Paula Findlay, who looks like she's coming into the finish about 5.5 minutes back behind Taylor Knibb. Remember, folks, how far back Emma Palmer-Brown was on the run. She was, after the bike, excuse me, she was about 10 to 11 minutes back off of the bike. So for her to make her way up into third place is incredible. We know she's not the strongest swimmer as well, but she moved her way up from about 12th place. She was with a group, then she ran all the way through, ran past Holly Lawrence, who's an excellent runner, ran past Gloria Duffy, recently passed Lucy Charles Barkley. Looks like she's got the gap on her, a really, really big gap now. I think she secured third place. All my predictions going out the window right now, as Paula Findlay's about to take second. Emma Palmer-Brown in third. I didn't even give her a top 5. What was I thinking? She is such an incredible athlete. She has been focused on this. She didn't get picked for the Collins Cup, so I think this has been a bit of retribution for her, performing extremely well. I know all these ladies right now are fighting for every second, as those PTO points are in the back of their head. They're going to want to be doing so well, crossing that line with everything they had. What a great race it's been. Taylor Knibb really just a world apart. Look, as we see Paula, running down the finish, celebrating. What a great finish line. Looks like a lot of support for her. She's super emotional. Look at that. She looks so excited. 4:08:50, so it looks like she finished about 5 minutes, 30 seconds back. What a race from Paula Findlay. A crowd favorite, well-known superstar in the triathlon world. As we see Taylor embracing her. What a race she had. Incredible stuff. Runs a YouTube channel called That Triathlon Life with her husband Eric, her partner Eric, and also runs a podcast. Fantastic listen. She looks ecstatic with that second place. Again, a big difference between the prize money between first, second, third, and fourth. Looks like Emma Palmer-Brown is going to hold on to that third place. Lucy Charles Barkley in fourth. Right now, looks like Emma Palmer-Brown with the fastest run so far, 1:17:44. I think the tracker's a little bit ahead of the stream right now. There she comes, Emma Palmer-Brown, not too far behind. She looks fantastic, sprinting into the finish line, super happy. She had lots left in the tank. Wow, what a race from Emma Palmer-Brown. The best run of the day. Look at that. Third place. It looked like she might be able to do it. It looked like, though, when she was off the bike, that would be a stretch for her, but wow. That must be her husband coming in to celebrate with her. Incredible. Well done. As we see Lucy probably coming in any second now behind. another fan favorite. Lucy Charles Barkley crossing over in 4th place. 11 minutes back from her time last year. She'll be excited to know that Taylor didn't quite go as fast as her last year. Looks like it was a hard course. No woman getting close to that time. Even Taylor with her fast bike split. 4:03.19. Lucy giving up her world championship title. She was 2nd in Kona just a few weeks ago. Don't think she'll be too excited that she's lost her title and didn't win the world champs, but what a year she's had to come back from that injury where they said it could potentially be a career-ending injury. Waiting to see now, Flora Duffy gonna come in shortly after Lucy, couple minutes back. She faded quite hard on the run, unfortunately, but I think she'll be happy with that overall. 10 minutes back from Taylor Knibb, her fellow short course competitor. It's amazing to see how the distance really changes athletes and their results. Olympic gold medalist Flora Duffy 10 minutes back from Taylor Knibb. Holly Lawrence looks like she's in 6th place, finishing 10 minutes 55 seconds back. Emma Pallant-Brown ran 2 minutes and 48 seconds faster than Paula Findlay, and Taylor Knibb was 4 minutes and 3 seconds back from that. Tamara Jewett looks like she's in 9th place. She might be able to sprint down Nikki Bartlett for 8th place. Every position counts, every second counts. PTO rankings end of the year. What a race. Not sure Holly Lawrence would be too happy with that 6th place finish, as she was with that front bike chase group for a while, but she got blown off the back and lost a few minutes before heading into T2. She then couldn't quite run to keep up, and it must have been heartbreaking for her to see Emma Pallant-Brown take her over. She probably wanted to come with her, as we see Flora cross the line now. Jackie Herring finishing in 7th place. Great result for her. Nikki Bartlett in 8th. Tamara Jewett must have just missed out on her. Jackie Herring was 2 minutes 43 seconds slower than Emma Pallant-Brown. Wouldn't have expected that. Yeah, Tamara Jewett just missed out on that 8th place. 9th place for her. She'd be excited about that. She was expected to finish about 8th place, so not too bad for her. Looks like Ann Reichman's going to round out our top 10. Thank you, DW, for tuning in. Thanks for all your chats. I really appreciate it, man. And all your comments. Have a good one. We will see you tomorrow. Good luck on that brick session. Thank you, everyone, for staying tuned and checking out this channel. A lot of work went into this. If you could hit a subscribe and a like before you head on your way out, and we hope to see you here tomorrow. Thank you everyone who's still watching. I'm just listening in to those interviews. Awesome to hear from Taylor Knibb and Paula Findlay. They look so ecstatic. And here's Emma Pallant-Brown. Excited to hear what she has to say. What a run she had. I wanted to say it one last time. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining in on the stream. That was fun for me. I started off a little sick this morning, couldn't stop coughing, so I didn't get to do the commentary the whole way through. I'll try again tomorrow for the men's, and if this is your first time to the Daily Try, my name's Travis. I make all the videos myself on an old computer, and I've had so much fun doing it. I didn't think it would grow to where it's at right now. I'm just a huge fan of the sport and want to bring you the best triathlon, the media content that I can. I just want to help grow the sport and become part of it. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hope to see you tomorrow. And comment on my last video as a Morton starter pack is being given away thanks to thefeed.com, as we're backed by them now. Thank you so much. We'll see you tomorrow.